Hi, I'm Roger Wakefield, Lead AP, the expert plumber, coming to you on YouTube Live. Happy Monday afternoon. How's everybody doing? Oh my gosh, if this is your first time here, look, and you're catching us on a recorded version, this is actually a live we do every Monday. And this is a good spot to be. We have people that want to get into the trades, people that are apprentices, want to become a great journeyman, journeymen that want to become even better, and possibly even own their own company one day, and plumbing company owners that get in here. And man, we talk about plumbing, the trade, social media, everything about it. So look, if you are catching this on a replay, you may want to hang around and watch it. But if not, if you're looking for a particular answer about plumbing, do me a favor and check out one of the other videos, see if you can find what you're looking for, and then come back next Monday and hang out and visit. If you hadn't done yet, please subscribe and ring the bell so you don't miss out on anything. And if you're in here in the live stream today, man, hello, how you doing? I hope everything's going well. So, man, did everybody have a wonderful weekend? We, Julie and I went down to Austin. I don't know if y'all know, I believe it's Eric Waite Whiskey. He had mentioned in a live stream that I watched a couple of weeks ago, he had mentioned a whiskey called Garrison Brothers, and it's actually a bourbon. And Julie and I went down to Austin this weekend, got a bottle of it, actually got a couple of bottles of it, and just had a wonderful time in Austin. Got to see the Longhorns win. That is always a beautiful thing. And man, we just had a blast. Had a wonderful time. Really did enjoy getting in down there. Bad thing is, with everything going on with the China virus, those of y'all that haven't seen our video, you need to check it out because we've got a virus about how Houston is checking the sewer water all around the city to determine what area of the cities are high in the virus. And man, my thing is, the video I did is, look, if we're a plumber, does that mean we're actually a little more exposed to it, or could be? Actually a really good video, and I had fun doing the research. Want to say thanks to Dylan McGinnis with the Houston Chronicle. Wrote a wonderful article on it. That's how I first heard about it. Not really heard about it, but I saw an article that was on the news where it talked about his story that he wrote. And I got to tell you, it was actually very informing, very good. Really did enjoy getting in there and getting to see it. And man, we've got things set up a little bit different today. I don't even get to see the live stream. So normally I can see who's in here. So, man, no, I ain't got anything. That's why we set this up with the other extra monitor last time. So, man, we're constantly trying to look at what we can do to do things different and do things better. How are y'all doing? Hope everybody's doing well. I know that the world's crazy right now, and maybe that's a good place to start because, we are literally looking at what can we do to make things better, not just better for the plumbing company or for social media or whatever, but just better for people in general. And it's kind of funny because it's something we're constantly looking at now. What if this is the whole new normal? What if this is the world we're in? We actually, man, and I thought I brought one in here. I'll get Will to grab one in a minute. Going to Austin is fun, and y'all all get to see what we do merchandise-wise. We've got some great T-shirts, some great slogans, a lot of cool things going on. But one of the things that we've done is we made masks. And hey, Will, if you'll grab that mask too, I forgot, I pulled it out and left it on the desk. One of the things that we did is we made masks. And I mean, when you've got a mustache like this, you got to figure out, look, how can I do something with this? And it's really been funny because, man, we played with it. We made a mask with it. And while I was in Austin, I got so many compliments and so many people just coming up saying, dude, that is killer. And, I'll show it to you here in just a second, but I also had a couple of ideas for some other masks. So we'll talk about those too. All right. Thank you. Will's got me set up here where I can actually see what's going on in here. But, man, I'm going to show y'all what we did. So, boy, when you don't have big, big ears, it doesn't work very well. So this is the mask that we came up with. And as you see, it's like it's invisible because you can see my lips moving. And it's really funny because every time that we'd walk in this weekend, people would literally be looking at my lips and they're like, look, I keep waiting for your lips to move while you're talking. And, that really is funny. So, we had so much fun with this. So look, if you like this, we're wanting to do a couple of other versions of it. I'll talk to Will and see if we can't get some picture shot. But, man, this is just one that we've had fun with. So if you're in here and you like this, do me a favor, leave me a comment down there, let me know. It's definitely crazy. If I can see that, if you want to see something different, let me know too. Be good to see. Anyway, I am going to take this off here and get to where I can jump in here and see what's going on. Looks like we've got Editor Grayson, and we have Julie Wakefield in here. And I walked in there to, get my hug and kiss. And, hey, baby, I'm headed to work, and she's gone. So anyway, Michael Smith, good to see you in here. How are you doing? So what I'm going to do is, number one, I'll let Will pop up any questions whenever he's ready to get going on those. I got one right there. So Miss Christina Smith, how are you doing today? Good to see you in here. Says, have a constant slow leak at the bottom of a hot water tank, non-gas. Your second hot water tank since you moved here. Why would that be? It's about 6 years old, house built in 2003. Christina, here's what I tell you, and it's a tough one, is that have you had your water tested? We've got very hard water here in the North Texas area, and there are certain times of year that the chlorine level just goes through the roof. But if it's the tank leaking, the bad thing is there's not a lot to tell you other than, look, it's going to have to be changed out. But what you might think about is what can you do to treat that water before it goes into the tank? Firefly59, good to see a new follower and subscriber. I love that. Christina, what's the water like before it goes into the tank? Test it, and is it something that can be treated? And unfortunately, it means you may end up having to put in a water filtration system or an anti-scale device or something like that. But it's something that we do all the time. So, it may be something you need to look at and see what you can do. Editor Grayson in the house. Good to see you here too. Down here. We've had so much fun, and the tuber turds are great. And it's a deal that we're working on. We're trying to put our membership together to where, right now we go 2.5 hours on Monday, and we're looking at either doing a special live for members only from either 3 to 4 or from 4:30 to 5:30. Try to figure it out, what most people would really rather see. And that way we can get a little more in depth. We bounce around and we try to answer all the questions that we can in here, which I love. But I've got other channels that we watch, that we subscribe to and things like that we're actually members of, that do a lot of private things. And you can actually get in there, ask more questions. You can get into the Facebook group and ask questions there. And I know Will's been working on some special emojis to separate the club members from everybody else. That way you can see who they are and what they do and things like that. So it's actually pretty cool. But, man, we're having fun with it. And it's a Roger Wakefield chat. I like that. We have had so much fun, though, in everything we do. And it is everything from, making videos, started out making videos to teach people how to fix their own plumbing. And then we really started realizing we had a lot more people that are students thinking about what to do after college or after high school. Maybe they didn't want to go to college. They wanted to do some different deals. So a lot of different things, but it's been really cool because we've definitely had fun at it. So Eric K says, I showed your teacher the inside of the main sewer line. He almost threw up. Man, I love that. We see a lot of things that really will, man, it'll mess you up. And I say that, it'll mess a lot of people up. Luckily for us, we're plumbers, so it really doesn't bother us near as bad. So Eric K, I think that's a great thing. I think it's funny that you showed it to him. Is it a male or female teacher? Just asking. Just because you never know. So it's really cool that we get to do the things that we do, and we get to show y'all some of the stuff we get to show y'all. It is kind of wild. Got a $20 super chat here from the Skippy. Thank you very much. It says, thank you for all the videos. Just bought a house and there was a questionable fix. Sent you a picture. Could a leak cause a hammering effect? Anyway, plumbers are coming tomorrow to fix it. Normally a leak won't cause a hammering effect. I'd ask you really, when does it do the hammering? Is it all the time or just when you turn on certain things? I've seen hammering effect caused from anything from air in the lines to a fill valve on a toilet that was faulty inside, and it'd kind of get to where it's static and make, or not static really, where it would bounce, and that water coming in, it would make it hammer, and that would make the pipes on the wall hammer. So a lot of different things there. But to Skippy, do me a favor, and if you've already got a plumber coming tomorrow, come back in next week and tell us what is it that the plumber said it was, and if they fixed that problem, did that take care of it? So it's kind of different way to look at it, but I'd be interested in hearing back what they tell you and what they want to do to fix it and see if that really works. So anyway, to Skippy, thank you very much. I appreciate that question and the super chat. Here's my thing is, look, plumbing is funny. And the good thing is noises like that, man, it will literally make it where a good plumber can walk in and listen to noises and tell you pretty much what is causing things to do that. And that's cool. I tell people all the time, look, when I walk in houses, they talk to me, and it's not just the voices, it's actually the plumbing system itself. But the cool thing is it literally, there's a lot of things like flush valves, fill valves. Flush valves do different things. But even just water running through pipes whenever you're doing a sewer water test or a water isolation, they make different noises. So it's really cool. So Crazy Old Maurice, how are you? I like that name. $5 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, why do I have to hold my toilet lever down until it flushes? It stops if I don't hold it down. Either you need to replace the flapper. It's getting old and it doesn't have the air in it that it used to. So when you flush it and pull it up, if it's all soft and, man, I almost want to say rotten, but it's not rotten. It's they corrode over time from the chlorine, too much chlorine. So a lot of times you pull it up and it'll go right back down. If it's one of those that used to have the styrofoam float on it that holds it up, maybe you pull the tank off and you see that little piece of styrofoam floating around in there. If that's come off, that's going to cause it to do the same thing. It could just be, man, it's old. A lot of times old things just need to be rebuilt. You may need a new fill valve, a new flush valve, a lot of different things. But if you're having to hold it up, and Super J says, look, the chain's loose. The chain could have slipped. It may not be pulling it up to where it comes and stands straight up. What you're looking for when you flush that toilet, that flapper should literally come almost straight up. And there should be enough air in the bulb to keep it there until the water level comes back down, unless the flapper dropped down until it sucked down into the flush valve. So, man, the cool thing is you can run down to the box store or get online to Ferguson.com or something like that, order a flapper, and literally, man, they'll be there in a couple of days, and you're talking a $5 or $6 part probably. So a lot of different options there and a lot of different ideas, but thank you. I appreciate you asking the question and the super chat. So, and I see Julie commented, yeah, man, we can't hire plumbers that are smoking pot on the job and things like that. We do drug tests, we do background checks, we do all kinds of things like that, because the thing is, we have to literally we've got to pass all those tests ourselves and our drivers and plumbers because of the insurance we have and the things that we do. So a lot of things here. We have Asariana. I hope I pronounced that right. Beautiful name, by the way. Asariana, I like that. Your bathtub flexes when you walk in it, and it feels like it's flexing vertically. You can even feel the flex if you're standing beside the tub. Called a few plumbers and told they don't fix this. Sariana, here's what I'd ask you. Is it like you can get in the tub and bounce? And if you can, if the bottom of the tub is flexing like that, what I would tell you is it may not have been set properly. There's normally supports under there that help hold the tub. Is it a plastic tub, a fiberglass tub, or is it a steel tub? I doubt that it's a cast iron tub because it wouldn't be flexing like that. Now, when it is flexing, is it the tub that's flexing, or like you said, you can feel it when you stand next to it? Is it the floor of the bathroom flexing? Meaning it could be a pier and beam, it could be on a second floor, a lot of different things. So I'd have to ask you, those questions there to find out what really is the problem. It could be either one. I mean, it could be the floor, and if you're filling it beside the tub, that's a possibility. Or is it, steel tubs don't remove the foam. Super J's all over it today. I like that. The thing is, those steel tubs do have foam. Some of them used to have like a metal brace across the bottom that would keep it from doing things like that. Even the fiberglass tubs used to have some kind of a support system under them to stop them from doing that. So a lot of different ways to look at it and see what you can figure out what it is. Okay, it's acrylic, and you're on the second floor. So if you're on the second floor, is it, when you're standing outside the tub, does it flex the same way? It literally may be the floor. It may not be the tub at all. Is this a house or a condo or apartment or what is this? Because there's literally, man, it could be a lot of different things. But, man, if it's the floor, you want to be very careful when you're in there showering or taking a bath with a lot of water. God, that bathtub can hold, 400 pounds of water or so. And then you in there too, it could be very dangerous. So be very careful. So, the thing is, and I see the thing going around about the marijuana. We here in Texas, marijuana is not legal. And I'm sure Texas, that there may be some kind of pharmaceutical grade, which I know there is. I don't know if Texas does not use marijuana as a prescription yet. Now, it may get to it, but I don't believe they are yet. So, unfortunately, no, because we got to pass the background and security and all that. Aeld Alkushi, how are you doing? Says, my hot water tank is pinging. Flushed it about a week ago, still pinging. Only 3-year-old tank, and the house was built in 71. Guesses the anode rod. That's the end of part 1. If it's a 3-year-old tank, it's probably still new enough, especially if you've flushed it and not had any problems. You can probably change the anode rod out. But that shouldn't be what's pinging, but it's a possibility. Is it gas or is it electric? And I ask that because it may be an element. It may be a lot of different things, but it's something definitely worth checking into. But understand, water heaters make noises. And even if they're an older water heater, when they get hot, they go through thermal expansion and contraction just like everything else. Man, it's a lot of different things it could be, but yeah, definitely check into it. But look, we've made a video about it. Water heaters do make noises. That's all there is to it. And that's a good thing. So, back to the weekend, because I want to tell y'all how much fun it was. Julie and I went down, and we went to first of all, we went to the Omni in downtown Austin. And I do clear my throat a lot. I hadn't been drinking water, and I just saw that. So I'm going to drink over and drink my iced tea. So we went down, checked into the Omni Friday, went to a great restaurant in Austin that we love. And it's called El Arroyo, wonderful Mexican food. Went there for dinner Friday, an early dinner. Went back to the hotel, and because we knew we had to get up early Saturday, because we went out to the Garrison Brothers Distillery. And the Garrison Brothers Distillery is really cool because they've got some amazing bourbons, and it's amazing Texas bourbons. So to me, that's pretty cool. So we went out there because they were doing a special release, and I actually got to talk to Charlie and Dan, the two Garrison brothers, about going back and doing a video. So really looking forward to it. Those of y'all that have not seen my video about the worst plumbing job in America, my plan is we go down there and we make another video about the best plumbing job in America. I mean, if you're plumbing a distillery, that's got to be a pretty cool gig. So, my thing is we're wanting to do another one. Any of y'all that have ever been to Great Wolf Lodge understand that I was actually the superintendent over the one here in Grapevine. And Great Wolf Lodge is a freaking cool indoor water park. And the thing that I want to do is I want to get to go, and I've been in them before, but the mechanical rooms down under it that move the water around and make everything happen. I'm wanting to start doing some videos. We've done the worst plumbing job in America. Now I want to do the best plumbing job in America. And I'm thinking a distillery, a water park. Man, give me some ideas. What do y'all think? But I think two of those would really be wonderful videos to do. One of them I built, like I said, Great Wolf Lodge. So I'm really looking forward to that if we can make that happen. But man, the Garrison Brothers Distillery down outside of Luckenbach, that is fantastic. So John Purdy said, what is the best plan of action when a company won't sign off on hours I have earned? John, let me ask you, are you in Texas? Or where's that from? Because I would contact the Texas State Board and explain to them, the law says us as master plumbers, we have to sign off on the hours. So I would reach out to the Texas State Board and say, hey, look, this is something that, I've got this many hours and this plumber won't sign off on it or yada, yada, yada. One thing you can do though, if you were paid above the table, meaning it was documented, you paid taxes on it, they withheld taxes, everything, you can always go back and get your tax statement and help submit that to the Texas State Board or something like that. And contact the Texas State Board if it's Texas. If not, do me a favor and let me know. Because John, the Texas State Board is really good about working with people. They understand, look, all plumbers aren't straight up good guys. But the thing that I would tell you to do is if it's not Texas, contact the board or the authority having jurisdiction where you're at. Ask them what you can do, but bringing up your taxes, your hours, where you can show them that you worked for that company for however long it was, that could be a very good way to do it. Katie Legary, how are you doing? I'm a plumbing student, just finished your first test about 15 minutes ago. So I love that. So Katie, tell me this. What was your first test about? And I asked that because I saw Grayson put a link up in here a while ago about the plumbing school. We've got a mini plumbing course to ask people. And Katie, let me ask you this: when you got into plumbing, did you know that there's different types of plumbing? Are you aware of residential and commercial, service and new construction, union and non-union? And I asked because when I first got into plumbing, I didn't. Those of y'all that, I don't know how many of y'all were here last Monday when we did the live, and I had 3 other people in here at a time. Now we rotated around all night long. Again, I want to say thanks to Dustin and Ricky and Cody. Cody. I thought, okay, wait a minute. Missy and Aaron and Shay and Ben, who didn't even come in. And Ben's studying for his exam, so happy for him. But I'd ask you that, Katie. Man, did you know about all the different types of plumbing? Because when I asked them, they didn't either. And it's something, man, I completely, it's kind of crazy. But it's all fun. Josephine DeSmet in the house. How are you doing? Good to see you. The neat thing about it though is, having them in last week gave me a completely another point of view, and it let me talk to, some younger plumbers and find out how they got in the trades, what was it that got them in, and different things like that. So it was really, really cool. But my big thing is, none of these guys knew that there was different types of plumbing. So it's kind of cool. Josh Mahoney says, I want to get into plumbing. What's it like? I'll tell you what, Josh, I love it. I love the fact that I get to get in here and talk plumbing with people, number one, all the time. But I mean, I love the trade. And I look at it like this. When I first started plumbing, it was literally construction. And I love building things, had fun at it. And later I realized, look, I really love going in and repairing things. And I think it's because of the experience that I have and what all I've learned how to do, because, I'm very good with the analytical side on it, coming in, looking at things and figuring out what the problems are and how to fix them. So I want to say, Josh Mahoney, let me tell you this. It's a great career. It's a great trade. I love it. And I can't see me doing anything else, unless I was a gigolo or something. Julie's going to shoot me, but that's about the other thing. Only other thing I would probably enjoy as much. But, my thing is I love helping people. I love working with people. And to me, it's a great way to get out and take care of people and help them out. And you know what? To me, it's enjoyable. And one of the things, and especially talking to Dustin and them last week, there's a lot of plumbers that do things wrong. And I don't mean it bad. And I don't think I'm better than anybody else. And it's nothing at all like that. But my problem is there's a lot of plumbers that aren't always honest when they do things. And when we get to come in and help fix things like that, it makes me feel better, because I at least know, hey, you were taken care of, and you were taken care of the right way. And it really is. It's that big a deal to me. So anyway, I hope it all works out. Your friendly neighborhood dealer says got $2 super chat. Thank you very much. Thanks for all your videos. I love plumbing now. And I got to tell you what, I got to say thank you to YouTube, TubeBuddy, vidIQ. Man, so many people that have helped me do the things that I do. And I say that because literally it's what's getting me where we want to grow. And we're trying to do things better. We're consistently trying to do things better. And to me, that is wonderful, because it helps us. It helps us reach more people. And if you go back through and read my comments, you will literally see, I have people all the time reach out and say, look, thanks to you, I got into plumbing and I love it now. Thanks to you, I figured out what my problem was, or my journeyman doesn't teach me, but I watch your videos and I have learned so much. And we try to make it better. But it's also funny because thanks to YouTube recommending me as much as they do, I also get those comments that say, hey, I'm up at 4 o'clock in the morning and I'm still watching plumbing videos, and I don't know why. And it really is funny here, because I spoke at an event last year, and I had a guy come up to me, and it was here in Richardson, and a guy came up to me and says, hey, I love your videos. Oh my God, I watch them all the time. So entertaining. I love watching your videos. I said, that's great. Are you in plumbing, or are you trying to get better at it, or what? And he says, oh God, no. I'm sorry, Will, I made that one go away. He says, oh God, no. He says, I would never do plumbing, but there's just something about your videos I really enjoy watching. And he says, I watch them all the time, and I laugh so hard. So question, why is my tub draining the toilet? I think's what it said. So look here, we got Sean Strong in the house. I got to love that. The funny thing is, it blew my mind that this guy's like, look, God, no, I would never do plumbing, but I love watching your videos. And we do. We try to be entertaining. We try to make it fun. With Grayson and Will and me, look, we enjoy this. And thanks to YouTube recommending me and TubeBuddy and vidIQ giving us the tools that we use, it really does help us a lot. So question, why is my tub draining the toilet when it drains? All I know is it's like a vacuum. Well, if you've got a bad vent up there and it's not sucking air down, that could possibly be it. You may need to run a cable, a snake, a sewer tape, anything like that down your vent and clear it out. You might look up on the roof and see if you've got a vent that comes all the way out. You know, insanely bad gamer, it happens. Plumbing is kind of weird. You've got to know what to look for and how to look for it. But the cool thing about it is, man, any of it can be fixed. And if you don't believe me, ask Sean Strong. He'll tell you. And, you know, the cool thing is plumbing relates to so many different things. I mean, think about it. You know, you've got piping in vehicles and the spaceship, oil rigs. I know so many oil field workers that have got into plumbing or pipe fitting or welding because of what they used to do. So a lot of different ways to look at it, a lot of different ways to learn different things. But you may have a lot of experience as an oil field worker and say, hey, I want to be a plumber. And you're going to find out, look, a lot of it kind of crosses over. It's easy to do. There you go. Sean Strong basically said the same thing. But yeah, when they need plumbing, they call us. I mean, you know, my whole saying is everybody in the world thinks they're a plumber until the real plumber shows up. And then they start like, here, you do it. Looking to purchase a drain inspection camera set up primarily for 1.5 to 4 inch pipe. Any brand or model you'd recommend? You know, Adam, the cool thing is there's a lot of good brands out there. The brand that we use is good. There's other brands that I think are probably just as good, God, maybe even better. Yes, this is a live. The cool thing about it is contact people in your area, find out what they're using. Mine is in my videos. I know you can see it. They don't sponsor my channel, so I don't talk a lot about them. Nothing bad. Ain't got anything bad to say about them. But man, if I'm gonna start selling equipment for people, you know, sooner or later I'm gonna get paid. As y'all see, matter of fact, let me ask y'all, how many people have noticed the sponsorship sign back here? And really, this is just a sample. It's something we're playing with. That's not the real sign. And as a matter of fact, I'm probably going to change it out here in just a little bit because I've got a different colored one. But my thing is, how many of y'all notice there's a Ferguson sign behind me instead of a Texas Green plumbing sign? Because literally, I just went and picked this up today. And like I said, I'm going to change it out here in a little bit because I've got a different color. And I want to ask y'all what you think. But the first thing that I wanted to do is put this up and let y'all see it. See if anybody noticed it. So if y'all had noticed it, just curious, do me a favor, put a note down in the comments and let me know. And yeah, just curious as to what you saw. Or if you did see it. So I got a super chat here from Jake Schroeder, $5. Thank you very much. I've heard plumbers say they still like copper over PEX for tub and showers because it's more rigid when putting on handles. What is your take? You know, Jake, here's the good thing that I'll tell you is it really doesn't matter what you pop it in with. If you're expecting the copper to help hold it and keep it rigid, that's wrong. There should be backing behind the valve, and the valve should be secured to it. Now, one thing, and we've actually got to fix this on a job for, how many of y'all saw the job where the plumber poured concrete down the toilet drain? And I mean, down in the lead flange, toilets weren't even set. We are going to be going over there, and I think the dig crew actually already went over and chipped it out. So we're going to get in there probably tomorrow and look at it and see how far the concrete went down, if it got all the way down into the main. But he actually poured concrete into the lead bins and the two-way clean out. So we're changing all that out. But my thing is, one of the things he did, the plumber who installed all this, put the shower valve back too far in the wall. So we're going to have to open that up anyway and bring that back out so all the trim can be put on. But my thing is, Look, I prefer copper or Uponor. I do use some PEX, but if I do, I oversize it, and I do it for a reason. And okay, so yeah, Super J, right? Ferguson's prices are really pretty good in our region, not just okay. They're really, really good. But when you're putting on those handles, if your valve is secure, that valve won't pull out. So it really doesn't matter if you've got PEX, if you've got copper, if you've got Uponor. It doesn't matter. It is literally, is your valve mounted properly? Does it have backing? And did you attach it right? So it's pretty cool. Willy Wonka, no, the Mario brothers are my sons. They call me all the time. No big deal. So that's what I think about it is, look, if you mount it right, you put in the right backing, you do the things you're supposed to do as a plumber. Uponor is a expansion type pipe. Saw that note go flying by. You know, there's so many cool products out there, and this is something that I talk about all the time, about if you want to be the best plumber. And it's really funny because Julie and I are listening to or reading The Dip right now by Seth Godin. And he says, look, if you want to be the very best, here's what you do, and here's how you do it. And this is something I've been talking about for a long time as plumbers. If you want to be the best plumber, and I don't just mean in your area. I mean, man, if you want to be the best plumber in the state, the best plumber in the world, it can be done. And don't get me wrong, it's not a competition, so it's not like we're all going to line up one day and they're going to say, okay, you're the very best, you're second, you're third. But if you want to be the best, what does it take? And it takes studying. It takes knowledge. It takes education. So if you want to be one of those people that are the best, you get up early and you study new tools, new techniques, new methods, new processes. What are people talking about in the industries? Somebody talked about Governor Abbott a while ago. Governor Abbott's made it hard on plumbers in Texas. And I would love to talk to him and help him because, man, I just got a splinter. Dang, that hurt. It sounds like he wants to do good things for the plumbers, and I don't know if it's now because of coronavirus or they're waiting on an election or what it is, but it is, and this is up to us, y'all. We have to vote. We have to put in the right politicians because, believe it or not, politics are involved in our license and everything we do. So, man, you got to make sure that, and look, as we get closer to election, I'm going to be talking more and more about it because it is crazy. Charles Turner says, number one, super chat. Thank you very much. Is there a modern application where lead and oakum is the correct course of action? I want to say no. And the reason I want to say no is, anytime you melt lead, it's not a good thing. Josephine, thank you very much. Good to have you in here. Here's the thing is, I have seen lead and oakum done in my lifetime, which, look, I'm old. I get it. The funny thing is that I haven't seen it done in a long time, but the last time I saw it done really wasn't that long ago, and it was a plumber setting a mop sink and using lead and oakum. And now we've gone to the Jiffy gaskets. You lube them, you pack them in there. It works really, really well. So there's not many places, Charles, that lead and oakum would still be used. Even if I go in to repair a lead and oakum joint, I will normally take everything apart. Now, two things. I may try to pack it because, I've got my irons. I know how to use them, and I understand the theory behind lead and oakum. So you may just be able to pack the lead. But if not, I'll normally melt it, heat it out, replace it with a tie seal gasket, something like that, and then put it back together. So anyway, different ways to do it. But Charles, lead and oakum, really, man, it's a thing of the past. It's not something we use anymore. Matter of fact, Austin doesn't even have people test on it anymore. So there is no lead and oakum joint. Kind of crazy. Rubber is taking the place of lead and oakum. Literally, you put that tie seal gasket in there, squeeze it together, and and it comes out great. Ryan M says, when I turn my bathroom sink on, water comes out of the handles. Why does this happen? It sounds like you've got a bad cartridge in there. It may be the packing on it. You'll probably have to pull your handles off and go in there and either tighten it down, repack it. But once your handles are off, take a like a vice grip or something and don't squeeze it, don't mess it up. But open the valve a little bit and see if you can see where water's coming out. You may need to change a cartridge. You may need to change the packing. You may need to get some new packing material in there. So a lot of different things that it could be, Ryan. But I tell you what, it's a fun one to play with. I love things like that, because my thing is I love solving problems and figuring out what the problem is. So that's the kind of stuff that I really, really enjoy getting into. So not Des, I'm going to tell you, you're getting recommended because we're doing great things here. We're having fun. We thoroughly enjoy it. We talk about plumbing. We teach people how to fix their own plumbing. And as Ethan Champ says, hey man, just roll with it. We're having a good time. I talked about this earlier. Luckily, man, YouTube is giving me great recommendations, but they like what we're doing, that our click-through rate is good. Our view duration's good. A lot of things we're doing. And I normally really don't talk about YouTube on here, but we've been having fun and doing good. And YouTube has definitely shown us the love. Charles Turner, thank you again for the super chat. We have a commercial account with a hospital for broken flanges. It seems to be the only option. So Charles, let me ask you this. Is it a brass flange you're putting on a piece of cast iron and having to pack? And I guess that makes sense. Normally what I would say is, or if it's lead coming up, we have to solder to the brass. But man, I tell you what, if that's something that happens often, I would look at getting in the ceiling below, changing the cast iron coming up and putting in PVC and then anchor that down to the floor. And I guess you're anchoring down the brass anyway. Man, a lot of different things that it could do, or a lot of different options that you could look at. And I'm going to jump in because I see this question right here from Dustin. And watch, Will probably put it up anyway. What's my opinion on flushable wipes? I got to tell y'all, see, looky here. See, we think a lot alike here, believe it or not, guys. And this is videos we've got some ideas on. We're looking at doing some things. If y'all have ever seen me do it, and I don't guess I have any in here right now, man, the Cottonelle flushable wipes, it's really funny because I did a satellite media tour, meaning I was asked to go onto, I think it was 20 different TV stations nationwide, TV stations, radio stations, a lot of different things. But the cool thing was, $3.95 at Walmart. The funny thing was, literally, I went to buy them because they asked me if I would be interested in doing it. And those of y'all that have seen a lot of my earlier videos, I say, hey, look, flushable wipes aren't flushable. And I will tell you this, 99% of them aren't. But, and Dustin, I'm glad you asked, Cottonelle flushable wipes are flushable. And I'm going to tell y'all what I did. And before you start, throwing rocks at me or anything like that, and think about it. When we started running out of toilet paper everywhere, everybody literally ran out of toilet paper. I mean, I remember going and you could not find any. But when I got asked to do the satellite media tour for Cottonelle, I said, look, I'm gonna test it. I drove down to Walmart. I bought their brand. I bought another brand of baby wipes that said they were flushable. And the thing is, literally, I brought them in here to the studio. I took them home. In the studio, I took little red Solo cups, and mine were probably green. But I took my Solo cups and put about a cup of water in 2 different cups, put a regular baby wipe in one, put a Cottonelle flushable wipe in the other one. And the next day, I literally came, and when you took out the baby wipe, you still had to pull. I mean, it was, you had to pull it to tear it apart. Literally pulling out the Cottonelle flushable wipe, it pulled apart like wet toilet paper. And it's crazy because I was surprised. But when I talked to Cottonelle later and told them, hey, look, I did this test. They're like, wait, you tested it? I said, absolutely. I'm not going to talk about something that I don't know about. And the only way for me to do it properly was to test it myself and check on it. And it did work. So now we're wanting to do a video on them and compare them to other brands and see, because look, guys, if we go through this Corona thing again, or go through it a second round very bad, we're all going to be looking for toilet paper, or Cottonelle flushable wipes. So yes, there are some I believe in, and those are them. And it's funny because I see them all the time. Plumbers will put, take pictures when they go on a job, and they'll be on the top of the tank. It's like, hey man, look, I completely get it. See, we have Paul Peck, drywall tube in the house. Good to see you here, brother. If y'all don't know Paul, you need to subscribe to his channel and check him out. He teaches sheetrock repair, tape, bed, all things cool that plumbers should really know how to do, because man, we mess it up enough. Joseph Lalibert, how are you? Thank you for the super chat. Is it true your mustache got in a fight with Tom Selleck's mustache and yours won? Man, when the fight was set up, Tom Selleck's mustache backed out. It said, look, we're an old 70s porn star type mustache. We're not near as cool as yours is. So it literally backed out. But yes, mine won. Thank you very much. Joseph, that's kind of funny. I enjoyed that. Pretty cool. Joe, another super chat. Thank you very much. Could you do something similar to your bad plumbing series where we can send you vids or pics of tricks of the trade that we have learned over our career? I think new guys can benefit from it. You know what, Joe? I like that. I'll tell you what. Number one, after everybody here goes and subscribes to Paul Peck and then comes back, here's what we'll do. We'll create an email address, and we'll do it while we're talking, so you won't have to wait. Tips and tricks, TIPS, the letter N, tricks, TRICKS, at rogerwakefield.com. And if y'all will send it can be a video, it can be a picture, it can be a comment or a note about what it is. And look, we see a lot of these. There's a lot of these that we see that, other people do that's like, okay, that's not really a hack. It's not really a tip or trick. But man, if you've got some really good skills that you've learned that you would love to pass on to apprentices, man, I'd love to see it, love to hear about it. Yeah, Will's already got it done. So we'll make a video about it. And man, here's the thing, anytime you send us stuff like that, if it's okay to put your name or your email address or anything like that in there, please let us know. And also, if it's a video, make sure it's your video. Make sure it's not just something you borrowed from somebody on Facebook. We want to make sure if we're doing this, we do it right and we don't get in trouble or get anybody else in trouble. Brian P., Stephen Leviminary probably is subscribed to this channel. He just does it under the name Super J or something like that. That way we don't really know who it is. Super J, I'm joking, you know that. So anyway, look, we have fun. We love what we're doing. We love what we get to do. And man, it's really neat. And I mean, you can ask Paul about this because, Paul's a moderator for me. I've known Paul, for probably a couple of years. Actually got to meet him about a year ago in Los Angeles. Almost messed up there. But, we go to some of the same conferences together and do things together. So it's been really cool. And it's really neat. And here's what I like about this is the things y'all talk about here, I act on. Okay? So, like that while ago, hey, put in, Joe, let us send tips and tricks and pictures and videos to you. And we love it. So one thing that I do, somebody reached out a while back and says, hey, do you ever go to the WET conference? And even though I've never been, I know the WET conference, very familiar with it. looked into it, checked it out, connected with them, and man, we're trying to set it up where I can do some things at the WET conference. So that could be cool. And also PHCC. How many of y'all in here are involved with a company that's a member of PHCC? And the reason I ask is this week, day after tomorrow, PHCC starts their Connect conference. And I actually did a session at it. Will edited it. And man, it turned out really, really good. And we're loving it. So tons of fun. But anyway, that's why I say, look, when y'all give us ideas in here, we actually act on it. We do things about it. We either check into it, study it, figure it out, try to prove it or disprove it or whatever we do. And it works pretty cool. What you got there, Mr. Will?
I was actually going to say, you were talking about that email address earlier. I wonder if we should create a Roger Wakefield subreddit where the community can not only talk to you, but also interact with each other. Do you think it might be time or...
And we've talked about that before, and I think it's great. And Guitar 1301 says PHCC is great. Absolutely, I agree. Will and Grayson have talked about that. And tell me, how many of y'all go into Reddit and subreddit and things like that? I've been in there. I've seen a lot of pictures and videos and things like that. But Will and Grayson have said, look, why don't we create a subreddit? And look there, Ethan Champ says yes to the subreddit. Sean Strong says, WET 2021, brother. I'm probably going to be there. And y'all actually got to see the Wizard of Oz is behind the curtain. Y'all actually got to hear from him. Last week, if y'all were here, he actually came out on this side of the camera. Completely different.
I actually have a face.
I know. See, everybody thought it was just a voice recording or something back there. I like this. Jesse Spot says, hello, Roger. I'm 18. I'm from Greece. As you know, and I in the high school and am now go to learn how to plumbing in Thessaloniki, Greece. I hope I pronounced that right. Your videos are very good, and you're a very good plumber. And Jesse, thank you very much. I really hope that you enjoy this trade and career as much as I do. It is, man, it's fantastic. We love what we do. And I think as you can see from, a bunch of people and a bunch of comments going by in here, there's a lot of people that really love this. So Jesse, I hope that you enjoy it. I hope that you love it. And thank you for jumping in here from Greece. We definitely do things different over here, but it's always nice to see how people around the world do things too. And, every now and then we get the Urban Explorer in here from the United Kingdom. We've had people in here from Sweden and Liverpool, and all around the world. So, Jesse, thank you so much for jumping in. I really do appreciate it. And I hope this trade is as good to you as it has been to me. We love it very much. So, man, I think the subreddit might be a good deal. Getting some people say yes. Skip Yo-Yo, how are you? Hello, I used to live with your grandma, and she has bubbles in her pipes when she uses water, and I wanted to ask how I could fix it. So do you mean bubbles coming out like in the water? That may just be the aerator. There are a lot of aerators here that literally when you turn, a lot of aerators here in the United States, that when you turn them on, they actually suck air into it to create the bubbles in there. You may be able to either get rid of the aerator or go to a different kind and see if you can eliminate a lot of that. And I'm assuming that's what you mean by bubbles in her pipes. If she's got air in her pipes, that unfortunately that could mean that she's got a leak somewhere. So hopefully that's not the case. But Skip, man, try changing out the aerator if you're talking about like a single faucet or kitchen or something like that, and see if that helps. Anyway, good luck with it. I'd like to hear how it turns out too. Angel Serrano says, do I need to empty the water heater tank before changing the burner? Man, no, you really don't. And let me say this, the burner, I'm assuming when you're talking about the gas burner, the burner assembly actually goes under the tank, and we've actually got a video that we did where we showed people how to change out the gas burner. The big thing you're gonna want to remember to do is shut your gas off. That way, whenever you open that up and do things like that, you don't get gas in the house. It becomes a danger. But you also want to make sure that if you are changing the burner assembly, and like I said, yeah, you're saying burner, so it's got to be the gas. It goes in underneath it. You're going to disconnect it. Man, watch that video I've got. Literally, we had somebody reply to us, and this is part of why I do what I do. We literally had somebody reply to us and say, look, we had a leak under our trailer, and it shifted. And when it did, the water heater fell out, and this person was disabled. And I felt really, you need to refresh, Will, because I'm already showing 29 likes. I did that to Nick one day, and he's like, there's 375 likes. What do you mean there's 60?
Well, now I just refreshed. We got 80. So
there you go. See, that's a little better. Yeah,
let's just say that my thing worked.
It's still bad with 200 people in the chat, but but anyway, this was the neatest message, and literally you can go through the comments on that video and find it. Man, why are you retracting it? It's Grayson's comments, man. Is Grayson getting bad in here? I see 2 messages got retracted to his. Grayson, straighten up. We don't put up with that in here, young man.
That was him.
Oh, he retracted it himself. There you go. Now that's bad when you put yourself in timeout. So anyway, you can go back and watch that video, which is cool. But the comment was, he said, after they came and leveled my house, I still didn't have hot water. But from watching that video, and I guess that's what Grayson put in. Thank you, sir. He said that he was able to change the burner assembly himself. And he said, look, I'm disabled. I couldn't afford a plumber. So your video made it possible for me to do that. So I thought that was fantastic. And guys, that's why we do a lot of the things that we do. It is to literally help people that maybe can't help themselves. And I do get a lot of plumbers that reach out and say, hey, I can't believe you're showing people how not to call a plumber. And it's really funny because I love when I get the comments like shark bites. You just hate shark bites because people aren't going to call you to fix their problem. It's like, do you see how many videos I've made teaching people to fix their own problems? My problem with shark bite is they leak. And that's the big problem. So anyway, not trying to get off on a rant or anything, but it's kind of crazy. So panic. I like that. P-A-N-I-K, panic. What do you think about PEX piping? My plumber instructor at the Union Hall dislikes it because it takes away from real plumbing skills and it's using hot water and plastic pipes. Panic. Here's what I'll tell you. PEX is going to be around. It's going to change the way we do things in the future. I love copper better completely. Man, I'm an old school plumber. I love soldering. I love copper. I love putting it in. It's like putting in artwork if you do it right. The thing is, they make PEX that is for hot water. They've been using it for radiant tubing for years. Can it leach out? Anything is possible. Man. Boy, see if you're an electrician, you get your message retracted quickly. And I don't even know why I was trying to read it. I love it, though, when electricians get in here. We get to have fun with them. So, the cool thing is, though, PEX is going to be here. Tell me this, Panic, where are you located at? Because I used to be an instructor in Local 100 here in Dallas back when we were in the union. So, my thing is, look, I understand PEX, and I know it's going to be around for a long time. My thing is I really do like the Uponor. If I'm going to go to PEX, I'm going to go to PEX A. I want to expand. That way it's always trying to shrink back down on it. But my thing is that it's going to be here. Things have changed. We're going to have to get used to it. And, man, your instructor at the hall, I completely understand. It's not – I would rather see copper and teach copper and train copper. But at the end of the day, man, it's going to be here. We're all going to have to get used to it and figure out how to do it. And I'm just going to jump down here while Will's pulling up another one. It says, Dirty Gerbil 8 says, I'm a plumber and I have a hard time finding good help. And it's a hard time for all of us to find good help. And that's why I've got a ton of videos telling people, look, you too can get in the trades and see. Grayson just put in the comment there about the free mini course to find out what kind of plumber you want to be. Now, we need people in the trades. And everybody in here that's a plumber should be out recruiting people all the time. And I just saw the bot, so I'm gonna put this on. And Paul Peck, I don't know if you've seen this or not. I don't even know if Paul's still in here. But I mean, this is the mask that we made, and I gotta tell you, I had so many comments about this down in Austin, and we had so much fun. So now we've got some more that we're gonna make, and I've got some ideas of some things that I want to do. So we'll be coming up with some more of these, but these actually are, I saw Grayson or somebody, oh no, the bot, put in a link to the Teespring store. You can actually get these there. These are pretty cool. And I'll tell you what, the comments that we got all weekend long were fantastic. Ashton Bull, how are you? Why do they make you insulate all the 3/4 inch hotline? I don't understand the purpose. City of Huntsville inspection. Here's what it's all about. It's about cost, thermal protection. If you run a hot water line, people don't have to keep it hotter because the water cools down along the way. Say you've got a line 100 feet long, and by the time it leaves the water heater and gets there, if it's not insulated, it cools down a little bit. So you've got to turn it up hotter to get more hot water to make it move faster to help keep your heat up. John, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So if you insulate it, if it comes out of the water heater at, say, 120 degrees, and it's only down to 119 by the time it gets to you, because even with the insulation, it could lose a little bit of heat. But maybe it's not down to 110 or 105. And it really depends on how big, how fast, a lot of different things, but that's the reason for the insulation. And Will's going to pull up another one, but I want to jump in here to Firefly 59. What's the best thing to do for drain flies? I've tried plain water with bleach. Man, the problem is find out where the leak is under your slab and fix it. Sewer flies come in because there's normally a busted drain pipe. And I hate to say it, it's normally, it's a busted sewer line under your house. And man, I hate to tell you that. John Carcamo, I will work with Will on that. We don't have it in, and if you're talking in brown, I'm assuming you're talking the mustache because you think mine's gray. It's not. It's just I've been painting a lot, so it looks kind of white. Julie, don't make any comments. So anyway, we'll have to work on that. But man, Firefly 59, man, I'm sorry to tell you, drain flies, they don't just go away. Sewer flies are nasty. Man, I've ran sewer cameras at a big restaurant and bar here in the Dallas area. And I say Dallas, it was over in Irving. And literally, when we ran the camera down, I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of sewer flies. And I mean, look, I've been doing this a long time, and it's just nasty stuff. That's just bad. Dylan Blaine says, is being tattooed a deterrent when it comes to getting into plumbing or other trades? You know, if it was, I would not be able to get into the trades. And don't get me wrong, I'm not all tatted up, but I do have, 3 tattoos, I guess. But, I mean, I know people that have full sleeves that are in the trades. You may work for a plumber or a plumbing company that tells you they want you to wear long sleeves to cover it up. You know, you've got to look at it like this. We're all trying to build relationships with our customers. And some customers literally, it scares them, or they're offended by it, or they think everybody with a tattoo is a bad person. So here's my thing is look, and I've had people come to me when they work for me and say, hey, I'm thinking about getting a tattoo. What would you recommend? And I always told them, look, don't get anything below, you know, where a short sleeve shirt would cover up. That way, you know, if you ever go to apply for that job that, you know, short sleeve shirts are the attire, that they're not going to look at it bad or frown upon. And sure enough, he came back in the next day and had a tattoo right down here. He's like, man, look, this is where I wanted it. I completely understand. And Sean says tattoos are far more acceptable in every industry in America. And they are, and he's right. I've got guys with tattoos. It doesn't bother me. Ethan Champ, good to see you in here. I remember when you only had 10,000 subscribers, and now look at you at 156. Stumbled across your videos one day, and ever since then, I've been hooked. Thanks for your videos, Roger. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We have fun doing this, and you're right. We have been growing really, really well. We love it. We work on it every day. So Ethan, when people get in here and realize it and see what we're doing, it's wonderful. And like I said, thank you very much. Here's the thing is, and think about it, guys, because I talked about this earlier about plumbing and the education and the book that we're reading right now called The Dip. If you want to be good, or you want to be the very best that you can do, and it takes training, it takes education, it takes knowledge. And it's really funny because anybody can get that. And I mean, look at David Goggins, a Navy SEAL. But before he became a Navy SEAL, he was 380 pounds. I think he said he was working at Eco Labs or something, LabCorp. And he says, look, I was sitting on the couch eating donuts. And I decided I wanted to do that. So he started studying and learning how he had to learn. And we all learn different. So look at what works for you and decide how good do you want to be. Do you want to be the very best? Do you want to be one of the very best? Do you want to be one of the very best in your city or in your local or in your state? There's a lot of opportunity out there, but it's the ones who say, look, I'm going to get up every morning. I'm going to study. I'm going to do whatever it takes to get better. You can do it. Joe Mama says, my cat is stuck in my toilet bowl. How do I get him out? Just reach in, pull him out. It's not that big a deal. Happens all the time. You can handle it. Don't call a plumber. Rayburn Neal says, love the channel. Huge inspiration for me. Looking into either plumbing or another trade. And, I love that because here's what I would tell you is, and I talk about plumbing, but anything that I say about plumbing, you can use for any trade. If you go take my mini course to find out about commercial, residential, service, new construction, union, non-union. I didn't have enough fingers there, so you got it. The thing is, you can change plumbing to electrical. You can change it to roofing, to HVAC, to sheetrock, to glazing, anything and everything. If you want to be better in any trade, get up every morning, study it, learn it, and get better at it. Sekro says, why haven't you made any piping bending tutorials? Man, it's something, it's not my big forte, although I did do it out at Texas Instruments. It's just something I never did a ton of. I know the formulas and to measure it out and all that. But it's just something I didn't do a lot of. It's something I could probably do if I wanted to. I just have to find all my stuff and find a way to get back to it. But it's been a while. Mo Lester, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Greetings from Sweden. Great stream. Man, thank you for jumping in. We get plumbers from around the world that get in here. And I think that's so cool. And Sean, if you're still in here, this is where we literally talked about some stuff one time about like a national license and certification. And Mo, let me ask you this. And not that you've ever thought about coming to the United States or wanted to or anything at all like that, but if there was a national certification in the United States, how many people would do it? How many people, because me, I think it's a great idea. I literally think that if there was a national license and the hurricanes that just came through Florida and Louisiana, they need plumbers and they need all kinds of tradespeople. And when I say a national certification, I'd like to put together a tri-board, plumbers, electricians, and HVAC. and an MEP board, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And literally, you take this national certification, and if there's a call for plumbers in Florida and you're unemployed in Iowa, you can go down to Florida and work and make plumber money instead of being unemployed. I think it's great. So anyway, Mo, man, thank you for jumping in. I appreciate it. But guys, let me know, what do you think about something like that? A national certification, a national, tri board or tri MEP panel. Man, is that something y'all would be interested in? Because I think it would be great. I think it'd be great for the United States. I think it would be great for plumbers. Any trade really, but imagine being in Houston and, there's a call for plumbers in Boston because they're having gas line problems. And any plumber not working in Houston could literally go to Boston, have a job, and make good money. And I think it's great. Bud Paul, thank you very much. Says, have you heard about the boy who died in Houston, the brain-eating amoeba a kid got from his tap water? Now, I don't think it was his tap water. Maybe it was. What's your thoughts on the situation? Can I shower? Well, number one, that wherever it was, they're under a boil order, meaning you've got to boil your water in order to use it, drink it, shower in it, whatever.
It was tap water.
It was tap water. So, I guess I saw something on the news this morning, and I thought that he had gone swimming in a pond or something. Choo Choo Rooterbane says, are your employees master plumbers or do they work under your license? Both. I've got a master plumber, I've got journeyman plumbers, I've got apprentices, I've got tradesmen, but they all work under my license because I'm the RMP and it's my company. And in Texas, that's the way it's all set up. Bud Powell, I'd say, brother, be very careful when you do shower, if you do. Man, they said that literally after this kid, and I think he was like 6 or 8, somewhere around in there, literally 5 days after he started complaining, he died. So, man, that's pretty crazy. So, man, everybody, everywhere you're at, be careful. I'm still showing just 29 likes. So, man, it's a slow day, y'all. It is a slow day. Troop 210, how are you again? Good to see you in here. One of the plumbers at the company did a whole house remodel with shark bite fittings. They made him go back and do it right. Man, good for the company. And look, here's the deal is, and I hate to say it, but we don't allow shark bite fittings. Now, there's a time for them in a certain emergency. Things can get crazy. I get that. And I've had them on commercial jobs for an emergency situation only. The problem is that I've gone back to jobs to work on something that another one of my plumbers has gone to, and I found one there. And man, it blew my mind because, my thought process is, look, I'm paying my guys good money. And I pay my guys very good money. And look, if I'm paying for it to be done right, as the owner of the company, don't I deserve that? If I'm willing to pay you more to do it right, man, shouldn't you do it? And it blows my mind that I've hired plumbers that literally know how I feel about them and will still go back and put them in. So anyway, and I'm glad they sent him back and made him do it right. That's good. Julie, you and Sean are funny. I don't know, Will, why did we allow them in here? Your mom and Sean?
I don't know.
Sean's saying go do cartwheels, and Julie's like, look, he'll hurt himself.
Because they begged.
I know, yeah. Y'all be careful. The bot's liable to kick you out of here. Okay, Julian Lycon, are you hiring? Would love to learn from you specifically. Number one, no, you wouldn't. Those people don't like working with me. And I say that I've got 3 plumbers now. I've got 4 that literally man, they are learners. They want to learn. They work hard. They jump through hoops doing things right. I'll ask you this: where are you located? I am fixing to be hiring a green apprentice, green or beginner, something like that. And Black Ghost, I hadn't seen your question yet, but I'm sure it'll come up. The thing is, most people don't want to work with me because I'm a pain. I'm a perfectionist. I want it done right. I want it done right every single time. I try to be a good teacher, but I also still get upset and say, hey, look, yeah, Julie, y'all did. So, my whole thing is most of my apprentices, when I bring them in, they're going to work with other plumbers. And we actually talked about this morning because my thought process is I want to train all my own plumbers. So, Julian, what I'll tell you is, and we talked about this, kid you not, this morning, when I bring in a green apprentice, I've got 4 people that I want to put him with, my 4 plumbers. And I want them to work with one for 3 months, then another for 3 months, then another for 3 months, then another one for 3 months. And we talked about that today and said, look, if I brought in a green apprentice right now and he worked with each one of y'all for 3 months, how good would he be? And they're like, you know what, man, that would just be great. So our plan is to bring in apprentices, raise them, train them, teach them the way we do things, and then go from there. So, yeah, we are looking to hire. Call Julie. There it is. Black Ghost Schwarzgeister. How are you? Today I was working in a lab on plumbing. They have glass pipes and titanium. And we have a problem. We don't know what to use to tighten the glass pipes. There are literally fittings. They're like a clamp type fitting that have a rubber gasket in it. I've done glass one time, I believe. And it's really cool because I've got something I've got to build right now. I just ordered a bunch of clear PVC. So we're going to be making some cool things back here for us to do things. I'll tell you what, you've got the link or the email video at rogerwakefield.com. What you can do is send me a picture of what you got. Send me a picture of either the pipe, the fittings, what kind of couplings or connectors are on there now. And man, I'll see what I can do to help you out. Great stuff though. And see, this is the kind of things I like to see because, and especially in a lab, you'll see all kinds of crazy things, but there's things from around the country. We all do things different. There's a lot of people that use ABS. We use PVC. Copper, PEX, Uponor, a ton of different things. And man, it's really crazy. Yeah, Sean Strong does rock. And what is it? Boom the Plumber. You can go over to Instagram. It's _ Boom the Plumber or Boom _ the Plumber. Do you remember, Will?
Not specifically.
Boom the Plumber. Go find him on Instagram. That's my boy, Sean Strong. What type material do you use for flexible gas lines? Lorenzo Lares, how are you? I use 2 different kinds. It's either the yellow poly where we iron it or compression fittings on the risers, things like that. And the other one would be, there's some CSST that's still allowed here, the black gas tight, stuff like that. So there's a lot of different stuff, but man, to be honest, we mainly do repairs. So normally when we go in, if it's black pipe, we'll repair it with black pipe. If it's CSST, we'll cut it and coupling it and repair it and do whatever needs to be done. So there's a lot of different things that we can use. But what we try to do is look and see what's there and what are they using, and try to stick with it that way. Is a Red Seal Journeyman Plumber ticket from Canada good in the U.S.? Michael Lilly, here's what I would tell you. I would think that it probably would be. And the reason I say that, don't get me wrong, you're not going to be able to come down and just start plumbing with that. But like if you came down here to Texas and if you've got your Red Seal Journeyman license, I could literally contact the Texas State Board and say, hey, look, I've got a Canadian down here. He's got a plumbing license, and I want him to, start working for me as a plumber. So as long as you've got your license, they'd give you a temporary license here, at least in Texas. And then depending on how y'all's licensing or testing is much different from ours, they may schedule you a time and date to come in and take the journeyman test here, but you wouldn't have to do your hours. You wouldn't have to do anything again. So, man, it's a great thing, Michael. And I've actually tried getting in touch with, what's his name, Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, about coming up to Canada and helping recruit for the trades. I know that y'all are hurting for plumbers too. And, that's a good thing about it. And somebody asked it earlier about the trades. We're hurting for apprentices and plumbers across the United States and Canada and everywhere. So anybody getting into the trades right now, man, it's going to be a great future for you, because if you get in and you get good at it, and I mean really good at it, man, the opportunity to grow and make money, you're going to make as much money as you want to. JNX Maddox, I'm a plumber currently out for 2 weeks with the China virus. Brother, where are you located? And I asked just because we see a lot, we see a lot of it on the news, but I don't know that many people that have had it. I do have one plumber here in the Dallas area that I knew that had it, and man, it got him pretty good. I mean, he was down bad. They literally told him, look, you need to start getting your affairs in order. And man, he pulled through it and did well. So man, look, brother, praying for you. I hope you get better. Where are you located at? And how bad is it with everybody there? Is it just a few random people getting it, or is it really going on pretty bad right now? Here in Texas, and I don't want to say it's opening back up or anything like that, but I mean, most places are starting to open back up. Like I told y'all earlier, Julia and I went down to Austin this last weekend. We literally, man, we had a great time, but I mean, you could tell in Austin, man, it was, I want to say it was empty. The hotel we stayed in was almost completely empty. We went out to Fredericksburg. That place seemed like nothing's going on. So it's been kind of wild, but it can be tough. It can really be tough. And we do know a lot of people that have gone through it. So, man, just going to let you know our thoughts and prayers are with you. Good luck and good luck getting over it. And what? Call it the virus, man. It's the China virus. We know what it is. We know where it came from. 20, what? I know, yeah. Yeah, if they end my show real quick, you know that China put an end to it. Or YouTube, whichever way it goes. I think YouTube loves me right now. They're showing a little love, but, and we did make a video just the other day about Houston is testing for the China virus in the sewer water, because they're saying they can tell what parts of the city have it really bad. What do you think about titanium pipes? Look, our pipes are consistently going to change. And what I mean by that, and it's a great question, because, titanium is probably a little bigger, harder, stronger than most anything I've ever used. I've ran a lot of stainless steel, and, we went into the Mary Kay facility here and completely repiped their cast iron pipe because it was getting completely eaten up by all the chemicals in the makeup. And we repiped it all with stainless steel pipe. And God, that was probably 15, 20 years ago. I don't know how it's held up. Titanium seems, man, that's some pretty solid pipe. I've never seen it or used it. I'll definitely check into it. But, Black Ghost Schwarzgeister, tell me this, where are y'all using it? Is this the one you were talking about in the lab a while ago? If so, man, I'd be interested to learn more about it. That's right. Burnett Productions is constipated. We've got a sewer machine for that. Matter of fact, that's the big Spartan. Don't know if you got them or mom or who, but so yeah. And Parker Walk says over here they've been testing the sewer water since the pandemic started. Where are you at? Just out of curiosity. Park here, walked. Okay, got it right. Barney Films 85. Welcome back, brother. Good to see you in here. Hadn't seen you in a while. Says, hi, guys. I repaired a small slab leak today and got a chance to braze it. I didn't need a leak detector. You could hear it right under the floor where it came up. Good for you. Man, I've got to start doing some stuff. And we are literally looking at buying a building right down the street. On the phone with them today. Parker Wack, thank you very much. In the Netherlands. So, the thing is, we're looking at buying this building to move our plumbing company to. Those of y'all that saw our vans have been getting broken into. Problem is, we can't up the security around here. It is what it is. We're looking at a place down the street that's on almost a 1 acre lot. We'd have places to park the vans in the back, places for training inside. But I'm also wanting to build a leak detection training center and get with, there's a couple of different companies that we use their leak detection equipment, some really good stuff, and even the sewer cameras, and set it up to do training and teach people how to make the cameras turn, how to make test balls turn, how to do a lot of the things we do. So anyway, looking forward to it. So, Barney Films, it's great that you can find stuff like that. And man, we run into those every now and then that you walk in, you're there 2 minutes and you're like, look, it's right here. There's no doubt about it. The floor is hot. You can hear it. You can literally bend down, put your ear by the floor and know it's right there. A lot of different ways, but be very careful. A lot of times, like if you put air in a system, you'll hear it coming through the manifolds, and that can really mess you up. Mike Greenberger says, I'm a residential new construction apprentice in school and run some PVC, but pretty good at water and gas, but PVC intimidates me. So if you've ran some PVC, don't let it intimidate you. Man, PVC is one of the easiest things to run. It's easy to cut. There's so many good things about it. It's faster to work with. And Michael, what I'll tell you is the cool thing about it is, man, if you glue and prime it right and hold things together, rotate it when you put it together, there's so many different things that you can do. But PVC is one, when we talked about it just the other day, man, PVC is one that if you do it right, you're going to be really, really good at it. And it is. Sean's right, man. It's really easy. We've actually made a really good video on a glue joint showing how we cut it, reaming it, getting everything ready or filing it, and it works. Redbeard the Pilot says, any experience with CPVC? And I ran CPVC up to, I think, 16-inch under the ground at Great Wolf Water Park. We talked about that earlier. So Mike Greenberger, do not let CPVC or PVC, either one, intimidate you. It's good stuff. So I'm going to change something out because I want to see what y'all think. I know y'all see the blue sign. I'm going to step back here and just change it to white real quick and see what y'all think. Now, as you know, I normally don't step away in the middle of a live, but here's the thing. I want to know what y'all think. Do y'all like the blue or do you like the white? We start doing sponsored videos October 7th, and I've really enjoyed talking to Ferguson and working with him because what we're doing and what we're looking at is doing things to help the plumbers, help the trades. And I think it's wonderful because it's pretty cool. And I see Adam Check says, go Twins, man, go Stars. Tonight I am ready. Stars game 6. If you're from Tampa Bay, Paul, sorry, the Lightning. And look, I'm not a big hockey fan, but I do love watching the Stars in the playoffs. It's pretty cool. So Black Ghost Schwarzkeister again. How are you, brother? Yes, in the lab. TI resists chemicals and acids. And look, I've ran acid waste. I've ran fuse seal pipe. Like I said, I've done gas before. I don't remember where it was. It may have been at one of the hospitals. It's been a long time. I've ran a lot of PVDF or HDPE pipe, a lot of different things. And man, I've never ran titanium, but man, I'm interested in it. I'm sure going to check into it. It's really cool because, okay, so Paul likes the white. And look, I don't know which one. I actually invited Ferguson in to watch the live tonight. Not sure if any of them are in here, but if they are, let me know what you think, and see what. This is a little bit bigger than the original size is going to be, because when we're in this position right here, we figured an 18 by 12 will make it work, and that's a little bit bigger than that, but we did that so you can actually read and see Ferguson. So we're going to play with it and see what happens. But the cool thing about it is, hey, acid pipe, man, it's all plumbing. Matter of fact, I want to check with Ferguson, see if they carry titanium. Pretty cool. I love playing with stuff like that, so it's a lot of fun. Roger, are your employees master plumbers or do the work under your license? I think I answered that earlier. I've got an RMP. I've got a master, journeyman, tradesman, apprentices, all kinds of people under me. We can do, the cool thing is here in Texas, to own a plumbing company right now, you either have to be a master plumber or you have to hire a master plumber to work for you. And I don't know what's going to happen after all the elections and the Senate and the legislature and everything that's going to go on in January. But, it's stuff that we're going to have to deal with. Man, here, guys, this is why I tell everybody you want to get involved in politics and at least understand who's voting for what. Because in Texas, we have literally got Chris Patty out of Marshall saying, look, plumbers don't need a license. He thought it was really funny that our license got flushed down the drain. And he really thought it was funny that, there is no shortage of plumbers in Texas now. Everybody's a plumber because you don't need a license. And man, to see people, make fun of things like that and do things like that, to me, it's sad. Texas wild. Anyway, hopefully we can, like I said, look, I've been trying to talk to the governor, Governor Abbott. I would love to sit and talk to you about the plumbing license and the plumbing license law and the board rules and see what we can do. Like, man, we got to make things right, and man, we need your help to do it. Plumber Works, WRX, like that. What is a way to solve the ticking noise due to hot water lines expanding without repiping the house? When we pipe a new house, we use insulated bushings in every stud perforation to prevent this. Man, the bad thing is, and there's not a lot to do. And you can ask Julie about it. When we're running hot water in the master bathroom, it comes up through my side first and then goes to hers. And when it starts ticking, she's like, okay, there's a leak. I hear it. And it's like, no, it's thermal expansion. It's okay. It's not a problem. And there's a lot of people that just drives crazy. And they're like, look, I can't handle this. We got to make this noise stop. And it is what it is. It's not going to stop. It's not going to go away. But I love that you put that, Plumber Works, about the bushings, because I have always said, look, we need to create a sleeve, and it may be there now. And Sean, I don't know that an expansion tank will work on the hot, because it's thermal expansion of the copper lines when they come through the wood or the floor. And man, some places you can hear it and some places you don't. But I've always said I think it would be really smart with the copper and even the PVC or whatever drain pipe you're using, to have like a 1/4 inch rubber or some kind of a, almost like insulation, the core foam or something that will, if the copper, or not if the copper, if the concrete moves a little bit, it won't just break the PVC or put a hole in it or anything like that. And I think that would also eliminate the ticking noise from the thermal expansion. Plumber Works is just, man, it's something that if it's not done when the house is built, it's not a good thing, and it's going to be a problem. Zeffel says you can keep the hot water from ticking by installing a recirculation system so hot always stays at temperature. And that's true. Same response. Cool. And it does. Mindfree 25, any good plumbers in Chicago? I used to have a great plumber in Chicago that was a friend of mine, Robert Melko at Bishop Plumbing. He passed away, but I know that, or I say I know, I'm pretty sure that Bishop Plumbing is still around, and now he was a great guy, and he would have left behind a wonderful legacy to keep things going the way he was doing it. Irish wristwatch, I like that, and I like your picture too. That's cool. Hey Roger, when did you start plumbing for the first time? It was 1980. I was 16 years old. A friend of mine, I was managing a restaurant. I had quit school or was getting ready to. And the neat thing about it is we were talking one night. It was a slow night at the restaurant. And he looked at me, he says, so I guess I had quit already. Because he looked at me and he said, so what are you going to do if you ever quit or get fired from here? And I thought it was funny. What's all the caps for, y'all? Come on. He looked at me and says, what are you going to do if you quit or get fired from here? And I literally thought, okay, that's never going to happen. It's just not going to. And it probably wasn't a couple of months or a month before I did either quit or got fired. And I ended up getting into plumbing with one of his brothers. But that night at work, he told me, he says, look, my three brothers were all plumbers, and his dad was a plumber. His dad was a master plumber, and they all loved it. So whenever I got out of the restaurant, I literally went to work with one of them, and it was great, and I've loved it. Stan, good to see you. And yeah, we are behind on questions. I'm going to start reading them and kind of clicking through them to help us get caught up real quick. Seth's bike hacks. I have a clunk after I flush my upstairs toilet. Is that just the water going down to the other floor? It's very possible that it's the water going down, or you dropped a big enough load in there that when it hits the bottom of the 90, you're just hearing it slam. I'm joking, but it is possible. The thing is, you may be hearing the water. It may be dropping and hitting the 90. It could be a lot of different things. I'm sorry about my deep story. But, it is what it is. You could be hearing all kinds of different things. But to be honest, you're probably hearing the water hit a 90 or an offset, and just the way it's hitting it, it's making that thunk. Alien Shroom 1, I like that. I work in California at a water district for 16 years out of high school. Have your D2 and T2, looking to move to Texas. What certification do you need in Texas to get a job for water district? It's the WSPS. It's a water treatment license, and it's not going to be through the Texas State Board. It's going to be, I believe, through TCEQ, the Texas Commission for Environmental Quality. Actually saw their building this weekend in Austin, but that's what I would do is reach out to them. There's a wastewater treatment. In plumbing, mine's the WSPS, Water Supply Protection Specialist. It's almost the same thing. I can go in and do residential inspections. I can test for lead and water, test for cross connections, do a lot of things. So it's really pretty cool. Redbeard the Pilot, good to have you in here. Odd question. What's a good way for me to tell if it's caulk or grout that might be leaking in a shower stall? Normally in a shower, it's normally not caulk, it's normally grout. But the cool thing is, a lot of good plumbers that I've worked for in the past or worked with in the past, when they set their toilets, they literally put a bed of grout around the footprint of it, set the toilet on that, and use that instead of caulk. And I got to tell you, that is a solid set toilet. And man, you're not going to have any problems at all with that. So not a bad thing to look at. Got a super chat from Mr. Brinsky. Thank you, sir. Hey, Roger, really enjoy your content. We recently made the switch from CPVC to Uponor because of your videos. Much love from Florida. So, Mr. Brinsky, here's what I'll ask you is, do you like it better? And I ask that because, look, I think Uponor is phenomenal. And we don't run a lot of water in CPVC here in Texas. If y'all are, I'm just curious, do you like Uponor better? Because to me, it's, number one, it's probably a lot quicker. Cost may be a little bit more, but I think you'll make up for that in labor. So, man, just very interested to see what you think and how it's worked out for you. I know you say you like it, but, man, do you see a big difference? Because I think the labor would be huge. And I don't know that I saw a whole lot of notes of the signs. Do y'all like the white or the blue better?
It was about even.
About even? Cool deal. Sean Strong says, I don't like it. I don't caulk a toilet unless I'm instructed to. Here in Dallas area, if you don't, and the job's got to be inspected, you will fail inspection. I don't like caulking them either. I'm like, look, if it ever backs up or you plunge it and push out the wax or anything, I'd rather it leak above the floor than below. So I'm the same way. Robert Santallion, how are you? Santallion? Santallion. I'm close. Robert, how are you, sir? Good to have you in here. 18-year-old apprentice here. Your dad just started a small company, and you're his first employee. Any tips to companies just starting out? Oh, my gosh. Yes, indeed. Here's what I would tell you. Robert, number one, start going through and watching my videos. Number, you as his first employee, he's going to need you to learn a lot and step up. For your dad, man, learn social media, learn networking. We talk about networking, social media, video, and SEO, and those are the things that he's going to need to learn to get really good at to help the business grow. And the rest of my hair, man, it's all right there, every single one of them. So Robert, look, y'all have got a great opportunity. Where are y'all located? Just out of curiosity. I started mine 5 years ago. We're probably averaging around $1 million a year, a little over. We're steadily growing, which is a good thing, but there's a lot of things that we do to make that happen. So it really is a big deal. And this is literally a Luminox. It's not a Citizen or a Rolex, either one. But I'm telling you what, I love my Luminex watches. I've got 3 or 4 of them. And, man, they are my favorite and have been for a long time. So, Robert, brother, look, y'all can always come in here, ask questions. Glad to help. But I'm telling you, I would go through and watch a lot of the videos that we've got. It's going to help you get better. It's going to help you learn more. But I also do a lot of things that'll help your dad. And, man, if he'll get in and watch every now and then and stuff like that, it really can. It can help y'all both out. The cool thing I'll tell you is look, he's building something that can become yours one day. And if you both work really hard at it, y'all can turn it into something amazing. And to me, that's what it's about. Now, I have this conversation with my guys a lot. We literally want to build the best plumbing company we can. And that's why we do the training that we're doing. That's why we do every single thing we do. We want the best guys, the best plumbers, the best company, and the best reviews. We ask people all the time when we go out, look, if you love the fact that we came out and we did your slab leak detection and your slab leak repair, do me a favor and go to my website, click on our Google, Google My Business or things like that, and go there and leave us a review. And, we even tell our guys, look, mention me by name. If you put, something like, hey, look, Roger came out. Okay, tell pretty good goodbye. You say, yeah? Yeah, I figured so. Yeah, see, bye-bye. The funny thing is, when you go in with that mindset of wanting to be the very best, it'll make a difference. And we train our guys that and we teach them that, and it really is a big deal. So random fast reader. Man, I wish I was a fast reader. What are your thoughts on iron pipes? If we're doing gas repairs and it's iron pipe, we still use it. I know everybody went to CSST for a long time and they're trying to get away from it because of electrical and different problems. But, the big thing is that, it still works. And if we're doing it and we're using it and it works good for them, man, I have no problem with it. So I try not to convert over to CSST or anything else unless it's something that somebody's just asking for. But, for water? No. Sorry, I just meant gas. Man, we cannot use iron pipes for water because it rusts and corrodes inside. And when you tie copper, brass, anything to it, you get dissimilar metals and it'll start rotting out. You use that in the wastewater treatment plant. Yeah, I would get away from it. And I'd get away from it quick because that's why we don't use it in homes anymore. Literally, we only use iron pipe and gas lines. Now, I know plumbers that use them still as a stub out for a shower head or something like that, but it's only going to be in there for a little time. Stesso, look at PC water cooling, kind of the same fittings. Don't know anything about it, but I will try to remember to check that out.
I've seen that, and I think that'd actually be funny. People literally run glass-looking pipes through their computer to cool off all the components, and it's almost like plumbing.
And it's funny because I used to have a Sony computer, and God, I may still have it at home if Julie hadn't thrown it out. I used to have a Sony computer that was water cooled. It was a good computer for a long time. It's just, man, once my motherboard died, it kind of wasn't much I could do with it. But, here's the thing. Look, the world's changing. Plumbing is changing. Computers are changing. We all change. I mean, Will has built the last 3 computers we've built here or had here. And you know what? When Will first went to work here, he had never built a computer in his life. But it's like, okay, hey, we can figure this out. And it's great. And Aiden Green, I do try to answer questions when they get to me. Barney Films 85. If you were setting up clear pipes for demonstration, could you maybe also get it to grow some slimy sink stuff inside and see if the enzyme stuff actually works? That's one that we can look at and think about because I know exactly what you're talking about. The funny thing is, we stuck Orbeez in one and showed y'all what it did when they swole up, and what we were trying to do to get it cleaned out. And it's funny because somebody watched that whole thing and came back and said, "Oh my gosh, since you showed us where everything was, we were able to unstop our drain." So I thought that was a pretty cool deal. Yeah. Oh, I can water cool a computer. It just may never work again. Dose, how we doing? Why does dirty water go up in my sink when you run the washing machine? They're probably tied together. And what I mean by that, it's all tied together. It's sewer, water, gas. Everything's tied together. Swag. When your drain pipe comes up and catches your washing machine, they may have branched a lavatory off of it, or it may go down and turn, and there may be a Y where it comes up and catches it. Here's the thing, is there's a stoppage in there somewhere. And your washing machine, pumps out water. It's got a pump in it, so it pumps out that water fast. And if it pumps out faster than that drain line can handle it, it's going to try to come up. And if the lavatory is lower than anything else, that's where it's going to come up, and that's going to be a big deal. So, the neat thing about it is rent a sewer machine, call a plumber, clean that line out, and you can eliminate that problem. And that'll be a good one. Here's the funny thing is we ordered clear PVC to get in here and show y'all what happens when you run a closet auger down it, what things will stop it up, how does it stop it up, what different things can we use to unstop it. So there's a lot of things we're working on to help show y'all cool things about plumbing. Choo Choo Ritterbane says, Roger, curiosity is killing me. How much do them dig crews get paid? Man, dig crews make good money. And it's really funny because I've got a guy out of California that saw the video we did on the vacuum excavation. And he's like, man, I've thought about trying to build a truck like that. He wants to build a trailer, send it down here to me and let me try it to dig up under a house, to tunnel up under a house and make a repair. And I'm like, look, I'd be all over that just to see if it'll really work. Man, dig crews get paid anywhere from 80 to probably 140 a foot, maybe even more than that. And it depends on where you're at, and it depends on what kind of relationship you have with your dig crew. It depends on how good they are, how good of work they do. There's a lot of different things involved, but here's the thing: it's which crew's going to do it the safest, which crew's going to get you in and out without collapsing, caving in, putting your guys in risk or anything like that. Because, think about it. We're plumbers, and plumbers die every year from crawling in tunnels, crawling in ditches, crawling in too deep ditches, and things like that. So, and I don't mind paying extra to have a great dig crew there. I want to know that me or my guys, whoever's under there, and Will and I have been in there twice last week shooting video. I want to make sure that every ditch we go in is good and safe and secure, and we don't have any problems. Dirty Gerbil 8 says, sounds like such a pain in the butt to deal with slabs all the time. No basements anywhere by you. I've seen one house here built with a basement, and it's been probably 30 years since I've seen it. But no, the only basements we have here are the oil change places for the big car lots, or the big car oil change places. They get them because they go in and work under the cars. But like I said, in all the years I've been here, I've seen one house built with a basement. It was 35 years ago. So no basements here. It's not just anything that is big in this area or anything at all like that. I think they'd be great. And you know what? If I was designing my own house, I think that could be a cool thing to do. I would love it. And man, for the video opportunities, it'd be great. Python Greeks says, my shower has been leaking and it's going through the kitchen. We tested the pipes and it's not the pipes, and we test the silicone and it's not the silicone. What could it be? I don't know what you mean by testing the silicone. My shower has been leaking and it's going through the kitchen. So if you did a shower pan test and it didn't leak, why do you think your shower is leaking? Does it only leak when you take a shower, or is it all the time? Because if it's all the time, it may be the water lines. And the last one is, if it only does it when you take the shower, but you've checked the shower pan and it doesn't leak, is it possible that it's the line going up to your shower head, so that whenever you open that up and water pressurizes that, it only comes out then? So different ways that it could be. Random Fast Reader, again, good to see you in here. Thank you for the super chat. Have you ever used a trench box, and do you have your trench safety and excavation safety certification? I used to have. I haven't done commercial in a long time, so I don't. We very seldom ever dig anything deeper than, God, 3 feet, maybe 4 feet. Even the tunnels up under houses are probably no more than 3 feet deep. Because literally, when you get down in there, you're on your hands and knees, and they're just not that deep. So I don't have my trench safety certification, but like I said, I used to. I have used trench boxes. I've used hydraulic shoring. I've used mechanical shoring, and I've done every bit of it. It's been so long that, man, I don't have any of that. The dig crews that we use have to make sure everything is done by OSHA and safe and secure, and man, they're the ones that protect our lives. Not just me, but my plumbers too. So I want to make sure we're doing everything like we're supposed to. And I know we're down to about 30 more minutes left, just to let y'all know. So
Just a little over 30 minutes.
if you've got questions, make sure they're in here, because probably here in about 15 minutes, I'll tell y'all, hey, let's stop with the questions, and then we'll go through like speed round trying to answer them. I don't know how many pages we're behind or anything.
7.
7 pages behind. Yeah, we can just start doing speed round right now. Let's knock some of this out and see how good we do. Jasco Plumbing Supply. Have you seen Charlotte's new Connect Tight PVC fittings? Basically, shark bite for PVC. It's gone. I have seen the fittings. I have not seen them and used them, but I'm wanting to. I would love to reach out to Charlotte and talk to them. I don't have any problem with them because it's not like a shark bite where it's under pressure all the time. I can see where that would work. Bob, hey man, do you recommend going to a trade school for plumbing or just going to apprenticeships? Bob, if you can get into an apprenticeship training program in your area, I think that's a good thing. Even going to work for a company that is involved with PHCC and see if they send people through the PHCC training program. I think that there are great opportunities both ways. If there's nothing around and you can't get a job plumbing, going to trade school to get your foot in the door may be a good thing. Python Greeks, can some acids damage the pipes? Absolutely. Now, acid is probably not going to damage PVC as much as other things could, or as much as it could like cast iron that maybe has the resin off the inside. There's look, acids, caustics, anything at all can damage it. You got to use anything in moderation. The thing to remember is anytime you put any kind of chemicals like that down a drain, make sure you let the plumber know. That way he doesn't go blind or burn himself or anything like that. Joshua Alvarez, replaced my water heater recently. Now the sink for the bathroom closet. Now the sink to the bathroom closest to it runs slow. The cold water runs fine. Hot water runs slower. Any ideas? Yeah, that one's gone. You're probably going to need to change out the cartridge. Was probably a rubber washer, rubber gasket, something that got in the hot line. It got caught up in your cartridge, maybe your angle stop, maybe your supply line. It's clogged up in there somewhere, but you can take it apart piece by piece, going backwards from the valve, find out where you still have great water, and then look at what you may need to change out. Loft hatch. Rob Locks Loft Hatch. Hope I got that right. Would you consider yourself to be the best plumber? You know, it's funny you ask that because I tell people all the time, look, I'm probably not the best plumber in the world, but I try to be. I study plumbing. I want to learn it, and I always want to try to learn as much as I can about it. Here in Texas, I have every master endorsement. I was actually taking my MedGas continuing education today. The neat thing about it is that there's no way to ever know who's the best, but it's really easy to look at a plumber and see, is he trying to be the best? Is he studying to be the best? Does he work hard enough to try to be the best? Because I think it takes all of that. Dale Ruhoff says, good afternoon, Roger. How are you? What is the neatest tool you have ever used, not just in plumbing, but in general? I'll throw you off for a loop. vidIQ is a pretty good tool. It helps us with our YouTube channel. The funniest thing is the neatest tool I've ever used. And in plumbing, there's a lot of different ways to look at that. That one's gone. I love my Leatherman Crunch, a pocket tool that I carry. But you know what? And I don't have it in here. I've got a Vito Pro Pack tool bag. That's a great tool. The neatest would probably be some of my leak detection equipment. And man, it comes in handy. It blows my mind that plumbers can do the different things that they can do and have the tools for them. And man, it is amazing. Jeff Smith, I installed my own whole house water filter. Only real plumbing project I've done. Well, Jeff Smith, brother, you started out with a big one. That one's gone. That's a good thing to do because I tell you what, water filtration systems to me are fantastic. I've got one on my house. I've got a water filtration and an anti-scale device, and I love them. I think that they're great. Roger, what do you think about plumbing unions? Gizmo, here's the deal. I think plumbing unions are amazing for employees, meaning I love the benefits. I love the insurance. I love everything about it, the pension. But for a plumbing company owner, man, the union almost put me out of business. And that part to me makes it where it's not a good thing for a small company that wants to be a plumbing company owner. So that's my way of looking at it. Is going to New Zealand to be a plumber since they are in demand.
I think he's asking if that's a good idea.
You know what? Here's the deal, and that one's gone. Plumbers are in demand everywhere. It literally, it does not matter, United States, Canada, plumbers are in demand. Are you able to fix a rusted pipe? Aiden Grain, that one's gone. Aiden, here's the deal. If it's rusted on the outside, like say it's a gas line coming into the house and you can brush it off and you can see it's not pitted, it's not destroyed, anything like that. There's a lot of different things you can do. You can clean it up, maybe even paint it with an outdoor paint, put a primer on it. But if it's rusted and it's got holes in it, you really can't fix it. You normally replace it. Hate to tell you, but that's the truth. Is there such thing as a rubber pipe? Aiden Green, there's rubber fittings. I don't know about a rubber pipe, but I've seen the rubber fittings. I really don't like them. That one's gone. I don't like them because if they're ever in a bind, they can collapse and squeeze and block a lot of things, and it's not real good. James Thompson says, I'm thinking about going back to school to be a plumber in Kentucky, thanks to your channel. James, brother, number one, good luck. In Kentucky, man, I'm not sure. I know a lot of plumbing companies all across the country, and I'm always trying to connect people. I don't know that I've got anybody up in Kentucky, but look, man, plumbing is a great career. It's not a job. It's not something you're going to get and just have a job. Man, it's a career. You can become really, really good at it and rise up and do a lot of cool things. Daniel L. Plain says a national certification would work if we have a national code. Well, Daniel, and I like that, and thank you for commenting. I think that we've got UPC, we've got IPC, and they're really similar. I think that, Texas, their exam could come out of either code book. Literally, it doesn't matter. The questions that they ask could probably be found in either book. So they're not trying to get you out. They're just trying to make sure you understand it. So I think that there'd be some good things there. Ruben Flores is new homeowner here. Do you have any general maintenance tips? Absolutely, Ruben. That one's gone. If it's a new home, how old is the water heater? Is it something you can flush every year? Has it been flushed every year? The reason being, if it's over 5 or 6 years old, you may not want to flush it. You could actually cause it to leak. Be careful what you put down your pipes. The only thing that goes in a toilet are poop, puke, pee, and paper is in toilet paper, and Cottonelle flushable wipes, which we're going to do a video on that, so that'll be cool. Cat C says, and that's about all. I mean, keep an eye on things. Listen to things. When things start making noises or bubbling or doing things they normally shouldn't do, you'll know. Cat C says, hubby bought shark bite fittings thinking it would be a line to our shower. Once it started a slow leak, I showed him your video. He cut the lines out with the shark bites this morning and soldered the fittings. Cat C, thank you for commenting. God, I love that. And I may have hit the next one. I may have erased it too, Will. I don't know if you brought that one out and then another one in real fast. My thing is, cat number one, that's cool. In my video, I talk about it. Look, there's problems. I'm glad that you got him to swap it out. Hopefully, he swapped it out before it got too bad. Park Your Watch, good to see you in here. Again, thank you for the comment. Your video on vacuum digging is very interesting. At the job site you're at, they use this as well to dig a hole for your main supply cables to come in. For a 2500 amp, 400 watt, 230 volt supply line. Look at you, a 400 to 30 volt supply line. Here's the deal: is look, man, the future's gonna do different things for us. We're going, and that one's gone well. There's going to be a lot of different things happening. It's those of us that keep an eye on it and watch it and figure out how to implement it. That's what's going to set us apart. James Thompson says, has there ever been a job you turned down because it was too risky or dangerous? Not because it was too risky or dangerous, but here's one thing that I learned from a real good friend of mine, and that one's gone. James, he told me never take on a job too big that if you lose that job or lose the money from that job, it'll put you out of business. And we have had people screw us over. Did y'all hear me? Screw us over. There are people that will hire you to do work and then they don't want to pay you. And I hate to say it because they're out there. There are just some sorry people in this world. And the thing is, we've got to figure out how to protect residential trade people. And I've got some ideas, some things that I'm going to work on to make it happen. But it's pretty crazy. Anyway, that's where one of my frustrations right now. Strongish Spore 9 says, my toilet moves side to side slightly and the bolts on the floor are tight. And any idea what's wrong with it? Yeah, that one's gone well. You may need to go buy some shims to shim it up. It may be attached to the flange good, and maybe it's just rocking because the tile's not level. There may have been a penny, a nickel, a shim. There could have been something shoved under it to keep it there that could have moved over time. But you need to reshim it to keep it from wobbling, because if it keeps wobbling, it will end up either messing up the wax and leaking and getting sewer gas, or you'll end up having water leak out of it, and it'll lead to bigger problems later. So a lot of different ways to do it. No, huh? Oh, I may have. Actually, once I start reading them, you can pretty much make them go away. Random Fast Reader again says, fun fact, wipe off any type, tear up the sewer system itself and plumbing stations. Why? Oh, wipe of any type tears up the plumbing systems and plumbing stations. Here's the deal. And I'm going to tell you this about Cottonelle, because I literally went into a video online that I found that literally showed guys at a water treatment plant. They tested it too. And that's why I wanted to test it. Guys, this tears up like toilet tissue. And, toilet tissue doesn't mess up the plant. So this really doesn't either. This is pretty cool though. Roger, will you build me a house with a basement if I come to work? Sean, if you come to work for me up here, I will make sure you make enough money to buy a house with a basement. That's about the best that I can do. Okay, says, what are the logistics of fixing Flint's water crisis? Does every pipe in the city need replacing? You've got different options here, and I love this question. I think you start off by putting water filtration systems at the houses. You're going to have to get in and replace the water treatment system, but I think it can be done, and that one is gone well. That one, man, it's going to have to be addressed. And I don't know if it's the infrastructure needed to be fixed earlier, but, my thing is, literally shut people down for a day and say, look, we're going to bleach the heck out of the system. We're going to flush it out of every fire hydrant in the city. And then we're going to, man, you do it for a day or two. There's a way to clean the system. You just got to get everybody involved. And it's either that or you put filtration systems on every single house, and at about $10,000, that can get really, really expensive. Xander Sawyer says, would you say Uponor is the pipe of the future, or do you think copper stays strong? I think copper is always going to be around, but I definitely think Uponor is going to speed up the installation process and make it better for all of us. Cody Nelson says, is Texas Green Plumbing hiring right now? Absolutely. We are always looking. We are looking for good plumbers. We're looking for green apprentices that want to get in and learn. But I'm telling you right now, we only hire people that get in, work hard, and really want to learn. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Wythe. I like that. Water softener. City putting in their own, just bought this house, has its own. Should I just try to scale or maintain the water softener, or is it easy to disconnect? They should be easy to disconnect. It should also be easy to bypass. I don't like water softeners. I love a water filtration system. So it's a problem. Here's my problem with water softeners. They make me feel slimy, and I do not like that. Now, if you love them, they're going to say, oh, no, it makes you feel silky, and that's good for you. It's just not for me. Roger, what is your opinion on sulfuric acid or lye as a drain opener? I like water pressure, air pressure, a hydrojet, or a sewer machine for a drain opening, and really that's about it. I don't like chemicals doing it. You're inducing chemicals into the water system that are going to end up at the wastewater treatment plant. If a plumber or you or your kids or somebody comes in to work on it, it can also end up in their eyes or on their body, and that's not good. Anthony Q says, any tips for a slow flush toilet? Absolutely. Number one, make sure it's draining properly. Make sure that your tank's full where it's supposed to be. Make sure your flapper's up. There's a lot of steps to go through, but absolutely a lot of good things you can do. Juan Santana says, I love Ferguson. The guys at Market Street location in San Diego are the best. I will disagree with you. The people in Rowlett, Texas are the best. And I'm joking. Look, I love Ferguson too. We went through a lot looking for the right sponsorship opportunity. Will and I went through a whole lot looking for it. And it really turned out to be a good deal for us. We're so happy that Ferguson is the ones that we got on board with. They love what we're doing. I love what they're doing, so it worked out great. Joe Blow says, plumbers deserve more respect. Without plumbers, the world would not be so clean. Amen, brother. I used to laugh at that. Plumbers protect the health of the nation until I started studying plumbing. And that's one reason I always talk about education and learning your way up. Guys, you can be just a plumber. You can be in plumbing, or you can study plumbing and become really, really good at it. And those of you that want to become good at it, become great at it, you're going to go far. This is such a great career. So I love that. Thank you. Have water flowing in our sewer line, but cannot find the source. Meter is spinning with no visible source to be found. Paul, let me tell you about one of the craziest jobs I ever did. Had a water leak, had a sewer leak. Could not literally pinpoint either one of them until we ran the sewer camera in. A water line had rubbed right up against the cast iron line, rubbed a hole in the water line. The water line sprayed till it put a little hole in the cast iron line. Literally, you could run a camera in it. When you got right up to it, you just saw water spraying in. Never got the floor wet, never anything, and it was so tiny. I mean, the meter was turning. It wasn't enough that it blew their mind and made them look for it. But when I came to inspect the house for a buyer, that's what we found, and we ended up repairing it. Christian Katoner, how are you? Your videos are so good. You made me think twice about being an electrician. Good for you. See, that means you're smart. That means you're probably too smart to be an electrician. Maybe you should become a plumber. Christian, I'm joking, man. I love all the trades. I love to see the relationships, the camaraderie, everything we get from working together, working with each other. Don't get me wrong, we may not always agree on the job sites, but I'm telling you, we do have fun working together. Daniel Plain says, I can say that 8-inch diameter cement mortar line cast iron installed for a sewer force main looks as good as new in 2020. I think it has a lot to do with the soil pH. I tell you what, a friend of mine, actually like a family member, called the other day. I went and looked at a sewer at a house in Fort Worth about 6-7 years ago. And he calls and says, hey, didn't y'all change out that pipe? And I said, no, we didn't need to. He says, well, somebody came out now and they're saying we need to. And I'm like, most of that pipe looked pretty good. And that old cast iron or concrete pipe was really, really thick. So hard to say. Absolute Compilation, how are you? My grease pit keeps getting blocked, but I don't throw any solids or grease down it. Any recommendations on what I can do? Man, has it been pumped out? If you're not putting any grease down it, if there's no grease in there, are you a restaurant or commercial kitchen or what? What is it that is, what's the grease trap for? What's the grease interceptor for? Just questions like that. Dirty Gerbil 8 again. You should talk about some of the crazy things you can see on a job. Literally had someone have a seizure in front of me on the job. Was pretty crazy. That man, and that's kind of wild because I'm lucky because I've been through a lot of the commercial training, safety training, health training, hazmat, all kinds of different things. But the cool thing about it is it's really interesting, to see things that are crazy and things you need to respond to. And if somebody had a seizure, I hope that somebody got there quickly and was able to take care of it. I remember being on a job one time where an aluminum section fell that was the support for the concrete floor and actually hurt a guy. And his back, he was pinned in a bad spot. And man, I'm a quick thinker and very reactive. And I was having people get things in position to support it. That way we could get safety people in there. So it's really pretty good. Tyler Foster, how are you? Man, we're doing great. Weekend was wonderful. Got to go down to Austin, got to go to my sister's house, got to work on her plumbing. And I want to talk about that. Number one, man, if y'all are a plumber and you're jacking people over, that's a bad thing. I went to her house. She has a well system. She has a water softener, a water filter, and a UV filter for purification. And she had a plumber down there give her a price, basically a jacked up price to change a UV bulb, to shut down the system, isolate the UV, take it all out, put it back in, 2 or 3 hours labor, $300 or $400 for a $79 bulb. I was there 2 minutes, hit the reset button, turned it on and left. Man, if you're going to screw people over, do a better job than that. Man, it made me sick because I hate to say it. The plumber, the guy who offered to do the work, was a friend of a friend. And man, that is just jacked up. Anyway, sorry. Josiah Green says, Roger, do you have any online classes available or do you recommend any online classes? We've got some that we've been working on and I've got to go in and do some more on it. And we've got to shoot more videos. Go to the free mini course that we've got. We've got another course that we've got. It's the basic, and actually it's the very basic plumbing work. And literally it starts with how to read a tape measure, how to go on a job interview, how to do different things like that. What are the tools? So there's a lot of, it's a lot of the very basics, but there's going to be about 30 videos in that when it's all done. And there's still the basics, but man, we've got some good stuff that we are putting in there. And then we're going to do an intermediate, and then we're going to do an advanced. So, man, we're working on it hard. with everything else we're doing with Ferguson. Do y'all see my sponsor wall now? There's actually a sponsor on it. I love that. So with what we're doing with Ferguson and with what I'm doing with a lot of the social media conferences around the country, other companies that I'm talking to that sponsor big plumbing events that we may end up doing some stuff with. Man, just life is amazing right now. We've been busy, but yes, I've got plumbing courses out there and we got more coming. So thank you for asking. I like this. Favorite plumbing job. I got to tell you, the favorite plumbing job that I ever did is I was the superintendent for the water park at Great Wolf Lodge in Grapevine. If y'all know anybody at Great Wolf, let them know. I would love to go out there and video that again. Julie and I went down to Austin to the Garrison Brothers Distillery, and we plan on going back there and videoing that too as another great plumbing job. Steiny TV says, when I flush my toilet, there's a gurgling sound coming from the bathtub. What other possible causes could I be looking besides a clogged air vent? Not just a clogged air vent, maybe a clogged drain. It can actually be either one of them, and you want to get it fixed before it gets worse because eventually one day it'll back up or flow over. Royal M. Mata, how are you? Hey there, new to plumbing. Anything you would say to a newbie? Thanks. Yeah, actually, man, subscribe and ring the bell. We put out a lot of videos teaching people a lot of different things, and it really is good because I've had plumbers reach out to me and say, oh my God, look, I learned something new from watching your channel. I've had plumbing company owners reach out and say, look, I've learned a lot from watching your channel. So you can get in here and learn some good things. If you're already in it, you still may want to go take the free mini course and find out about the different types of plumbing and see, are you in the right spot? Maybe a change for you. Keechkak, man, I'm close. What is the difference between water softener and hard water treatment device? It's about the same. A hard water treatment device really is probably just going to pull the scale out of it and an anti-scale. A softener is actually going to make the water soft. And you'll know if it's soft water because, like I said, I don't like soft water because it makes me feel slimy. A lot of people literally think that it makes them feel silky. So whichever way you are, that's going to be up to you. That's just why I don't like it. Michael Martin, hi Roger, just became an apprentice with a company. Your videos help a lot. Thank you for all the information. I watch you daily, trying to become the best plumber I can. Man, I love that. Here's the deal, is that's all it takes, is trying to become the best you can. We're not born the very best. We don't just wake up one day and say, wow, I am the best plumber there ever was. We study. We study tools. We study materials. We study techniques. We study construction management. We study water conservation. There's a lot of different things to study. And look, that's why I said, look, there can never be a best plumber because there's not really any way to judge it. And Aiden Green, I see that. Thank you, sir. The thing is, just try to be the best you can be. And that's all I'm trying to do. And that doesn't mean I'm better than anybody else. It just means, look, I am literally trying to be the very best I can be. And that's what I try to instill in everybody that I talk to about plumbing, about YouTube, about social media, about whatever it is. Try to be the very best you can be. Are you giving 100%, 8 hours a day? Because that's what you're being paid for. And if you're giving that 100%, you're going to be the best. You're going to be better than most people. And the people you're working for are going to see it, understand it, and realize it. And hopefully it pays off for you. Oru Takawa Tenga, how are you? And I hope I got that right. I like that. Roger, you can say OT. OT, thank you. Recent subscriber here. How would you fix a temperamental draining, easy clogging food disposal so it almost never clogs during light use? Number one, if it's temperamental and it clogs up all the time anyway, I would think about upgrading it to maybe an InSync aerator 1000 Pro, maybe an 800 Pro. My whole thing is if it's a smaller disposal and it's giving them problems, put in a bigger, better one and let them know that'll help alleviate the problems. I still don't try to put a lot down the disposal. I try to put it all in the trash can, and the disposal is literally there to help eliminate all the little bitty particles that make it down there anyway. That way it doesn't get clogged up. Michael Martin says, I read daily and study constantly. I actually have fallen in love with learning code and new info about plumbing. Brother, I got to tell you, I love that because that's like me. I love learning. And I didn't realize it until later in life. But man, if I could teach any young person anything in the world, it would be start learning everything you can. It's like a drug. I mean, the more you learn, the more you want to learn. But the cool thing is the better you get. And go back to Jim Rohn. You know, the more you learn, the more valuable you become and the more money you can make. And guys, that goes for plumbers too. I have every endorsement in Texas. I can do WSPS, the fire protection systems for the residential, med gas, RMP, master plumber, and it's all for a reason. It's because I want to be the best I can be. And it's not about being better than anybody else. I just want to be the best I can be. And the best thing for me to do is learn everything I can about what I do. Joshua NF says, can I ask if you're just a regular plumber, how often you deal with poop? How long did it take you to get used to it? And Josh, that's actually a good question because we talked about that last week when I had the other plumbers in here. And you know what? To be honest, man, we don't do it that often. You may have to deal with it once every 2 or 3 months, but I mean, it's not that big a deal. And if it's something that really freaks you out, become a new construction plumber, not a residential or not a service plumber, where you may have to deal with it all the time. And even as a residential service plumber, like I said, we deal with it about once every 2 or 3 months. It's not that often.
There's only about 4 minutes left, just to let you know.
Okay, 4 minutes left. So again, speed round. I'm going to quit changing cameras. I am literally just going to get right straight on here, read through it, and answer the question. Guys, please don't put any more questions in. We will be getting out of here right about in 4 minutes. So Keechcack again, what is the best place to learn absolute basics about plumbing regarding which pieces should go where and the right way things should be set up for homeowners rather than pros? What I would tell you is studying the code is good. The study guide from UPC, I love it. And if you watch my video and learn how to use it that way, it's great. And man, watch my videos. Just we teach a lot of the basics. Martin Besner says, do you do lead and oakum work? Really, we don't do lead and oakum anymore. I still can do it. I've actually got a pot around here somewhere. It's been a long time, but I mean, I do know how to do lead and oakum joints, know how to pack them, know how to caulk them, know how to fix them from leaking, a lot of things. Strongest 4'9", almost read that question. Dylan Purdue says opinion, strongest 4'9". I was an apprentice in Phoenix, been out of the trade for 4 years. Have they made a mini cast iron snapper that didn't shoot the cut piece of pipe out like a cannon? Now, if you're cutting a little bitty piece, it's going to fly off. There's nothing that it can do about it. Opinion on John Guest fittings. Dylan Purdue, thank you. I've heard about them. I've never dealt with them, never used them. And I'm trying to remember where it was I heard about them. I will check into it. Now that I've teamed up with Ferguson, man, I can reach out to them and say, hey, have y'all got any of these? I'd like to learn about them, find out about them, see what we can do, and go from there. Manku, please explain the difference between trade school pros and cons. I'm bedazzled on which to choose. Thank you very much. Here's what I would tell you is I came up open shop, but I also later became an instructor in the union, so I taught there. I really think that getting into the trades is good no matter which way you go about it. If there's a local union and you want to do commercial or even PHCC, contact them, find out who around there is hiring, what companies they deal with, and check all your options. Jake Schroeder says, would you ever do a collab with Richard Trethway? I know who Richard is. Actually, I've got a picture of him on my phone. I'm not going to try to find it, but ran into him at KBiz in January. Really great guy. Yeah, I mean, I'd collaborate with anybody that I think would bring value to the people that are subscribed to my channel and watch it. Does a great service plumber make more than a great construction plumber? Yeah. Memo Villalobos, here's what I'll tell you. A service plumber really can make whatever he wants to make. Meaning if he works for a good company that keeps him busy and keeps him out running, you can walk in any house and look and find problems. And I'm not meaning trying to upsell people or anything like that, but making people aware of what problems they have. If I walk in your house to unstop a toilet and you've got a water heater that's 20 years old and I don't tell you, that's my bad, because you can literally have a water heater that's going to leak soon. And if I don't tell you and it causes a flood and puts you out of your house for 9 months, that's not a good thing. So yes, a plumbing service plumber should make a lot more than a construction plumber all the time.
And that's it.
We are at 5:30. Gentlemen, man, I want to say thanks to everybody who got in here. Isaac Watson go to trade school, 3-month program, cost me $9,400. Wow. Guys, look, I've got a free mini course that asks you what kind of plumber you want to be and what you want to do with it. Residential, commercial, service, new construction, union, non-union, a lot of different things. Those of y'all that were in here today, man, thank you so much. I see 29 thumbs up and 172 people watching. I'm sure my numbers are not refreshed because I don't want to mess it up. But man, I really do. I appreciate y'all being here. If you found this video entertaining or educational, do me a favor, give me a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, like it, share it, tell other people about it. If you didn't, man, leave me a comment and tell me why. If you give me a thumbs up, I don't care. Tell me what we did wrong. Tell me what would have made it better. If you're one of those people in the beginning that I talked about, you were scrolling through YouTube and it recommended this and you sat through the entire 2.5 hours, God bless you. Thank you very much. Check out my channel and check out some of the videos that we recorded and talked to people to teach them plumbing. To me, that's what it's all about. And Stesco says we've got 172 likes. I like that. Thank you very much. Guys, look, we do this because it's fun. We do this because I've got a lot of experience in the trades, a lot of different areas of the trades. And I want to say, this video is not sponsored by Ferguson, but I do appreciate them and their sponsorship of my videos that will be starting one a week in October. And really looking forward to doing things with them. They really want to educate the trades and the plumbing community. So that is a sponsorship I am super excited about, and we're looking forward to it and seeing what we can do with them and how we can make that relationship even stronger, but also how it can help all y'all. So I really do appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate all the comments and everything that we've had through. If y'all hadn't seen the mask yet and you hadn't bought one yet, I'm disappointed in you. No, not really. This is something where we've got out on our merch channel. We've got another one that actually got 2 more ideas that we're going to work on here real soon. But guys, I really do. I appreciate all y'all being here. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the engagement and the wonderful conversation. Thank you for the feedback on the signs. I really do appreciate all of y'all coming in here, saying hi, and spending the evening with us. Thanks to all the moderators, Paul Peck. Don't know if Urban Explorer was in here tonight. Thanks to Will and Grayson and Amber and Julie and everybody who does everything that they do. Without them, I couldn't be here with you. So I appreciate it. I'm Roger Wakefield, Lead AP, the Expert Plumber. I'll see you in the next video if you don't get flushed.